Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Tonight, we are going to be continuing our game development project. We ran into some issues at the end of the last session. I think I've got it solved, but we're going to need to take a look at how we deal with it to be sure. But before we get into any of that further, let's look in on the kitties. We do have Sky and Ember snuggled up there on the across the desk cam. We have, I think that looks like Sherbet and Sammy on the bed there. Sherbet can be a little trickier to spot, but the extra white on his legs, that's what I'm guessing there. We can also see a little bit more of that white splotch on his face. Sometimes I have trouble telling them apart from the camera angle. And hey there, Okaneki. Welcome, welcome. We are just getting started here. So let's see here. So as you may recall, we were running into a problem in this function last time where it said we were trying to interact with a previously freed instance. I have discovered that that's a wonky thing to deal with in Godot. If you try to reference it at all when the object has been freed, like a in-world object, an actual node, it'll explode. So you can't pass it into a function. You can't say, is it an object? You can't use the equivalent of an is a object or check. I have to use is instance valid. And this could become an issue as far as bugs, because I have to make sure that anytime I touch something that could be freed, that I do this. Probably a pattern like this, so that if it's invalid, I null it. Might be a bit of a hassle, but we'll see. We will see. I mean, in theory, I could come up with some sort of meta type to put in here and have that. No, that still wouldn't work. That still wouldn't work. Because if it's freed, it ceases to even be an object. And you can't rely on it being null, because if it's a freed instance, it's going to go haywire. So for now, we're using this, and that has resulted in this should function, because previously what would happen is this would wipe out a blob, and then when the other objects moved, it would check their target and pass the target into a function, which is where it would explode. Which, that's a problem. But we've solved it with this. We've added an internal get target, which will null it if the target has been freed. We do need to make sure that code that had a target previously records that it had a target previously and has now lost it. Not because they should all behave the same way, but that the code has an opportunity to behave differently. So perhaps something that tracks a target will acquire a new target, or something that tracks a target then begins moving in the same straight line that it was moving in last. So it's guided until it loses its target, and then it just drifts along, or perhaps it starts wobbling into oblivion, randomly moving. Something like that. Now, all of that stuff last time was so that we could start to build the concept of a weapon. And what that's ultimately going to be is a type of projectile, a type of creature that we're going to assign. Something that'll be stored off in a variable, and then that instance of the variable can be messed with at runtime. So like the purple bullet now we can add, where is it? Where did I put that? Maybe I didn't put it in mob body. That is true. It's a good opportunity to just, chill out and keep quiet there, Pandora. Have you ever been to the dentist and they refuse to give you sufficient anesthesia for what they're about to do because they're certain you've had enough? I recall having a 12-year molar pulled that way. They were, I think it was a 12-year molar. Might have been something else, but it was a back tooth. And they had injected and, wobbled the tooth, injected, wobbled the tooth. And I kept telling them, I can feel that. And after like the third time, they're like, no, you can't. And I proceeded to feel the whole thing. They realized that they had probably made a mistake from the screaming, but at that point, it was kind of too late to stop. The afterwards was the most awkward period. Okay, so it's in the spawner that we put that, is it? Yeah. I mean, saved yourself a little bit of trouble. Okay, so we put it in the spawner, and the spawner is the thing that could have defaults. So a weapon is essentially a spawner with a particular use case. It's like a lot of medical professionals, you need to pay attention to the reviews, whether it's your own or other people talking about it. Okay, so using this as like a weapon object would be whatever the player object is going to steadily update this to keep it stuck to it. The second interval and whatnot will be defined by a template. We're going to have to make a spawner template. Yeah, if I recall, that was actually the scenario that I was dealing with. Was the overlong route, Freaky looking. Freaky looking. It'll be the bullet. We have the speed modifiers. We have count modifiers, position modifiers, and movement modifiers. Okay. I mean, I guess it's a saving grace that it wasn't the other way around, Developing some sort of random tusk. Would have been far more awkward. Though I suspect easier to remove, You don't have to, slowly extract it to avoid breaking a root. Okay, so modifiers are modifiers on spawners specifically. Count modifiers are just integers, so we don't need to worry about that. Hey there, Ghost. Welcome, welcome. Ember just got up, so she's doing that sort of like, boss statue pose there, but head slightly tilted and eyes all bleary. Let's see if you can spot some of it. Well, now she's having a bath, but... And now it's just bath time, but, Ember. Okay. So spread shot is a particular modifier. Let's see. Ember's favorite toy is a little... It's like a plush... It's like a small plush cat toy that is Christmas ornament shaped. And in particular, we have two of them. One of them is kind of pear-shaped, and the other one is kind of diamond-shaped. So the pear-shaped one is tan, the diamond-shaped one is red. They don't care about the red one. They could care less about the red one. That pear-shaped one, though, Ember will be kind of trilling and running around, batting the thing into the air. She just loves it at random times, usually at night. I think Sherbet will chase it a little bit. He's interested, but not nearly as much as she is. So if we made... Spoanner. I think we created as a resource, right? No. Okay. Let's see here. We go into that and we look at it in script view. A fury. I am neither winged or a vengeful female spirit from Greek myth. Scrunkly. Is that in the Rin Penrose sense? It's the only place I've ever heard that term, a scrunkly. Hey there, Camilla. Welcome. How did I make those resource files now? I did not know that. Which language does that terminology hail from? Okay, a mob template extends a resource. So we could make a spawner template. And then we could have a spawner. Get some Inception level code. We could effectively make a factory, you know? Ah, okay. Gonna say you have taken a you've taken a hard left turn there in your chat there, Okaneki. How if we want to do this? It effectively fell flat there, Okaneki. Okay, so we need to make sure pretty much all of this right here is stuff that would have to be in a template. If we want to have a what amounts to a weapon template. Hey there, Sebby. Welcome. We want... But this is a spawner template. We could make a spawner template for this. So if we look at mob template, which extends a resource, it says body, movement templates, and mob pool type. Some redundancy here. It's definitely some redundancy here. So then if we look at mob body, it has an animated sprite and a type of movement. Oh, no, it has a full movement object. That's right. Sprite so that it can attach it. And we have the sprites and resources. Okay. So the mob template supplies the movement array as well. So a spawner having this as well isn't a bad thing. It's a painful daisy chain of passing these along, but that makes sense. Makes sense. So then, yeah, mob to spawn is mob template. So we're just gonna organize things a moment here. Get my thoughts together. For those just joining us, we are making a game. It is a Vampire Survivor style game. We're just really in the pre-alpha stages of messing around with things. What we are currently doing is setting it up so that we have this sort of weapon template concept. This is a weapon that has 3 spreading projectiles and targets a random creature. It's not in a form that we intend to like keep long term, but it's a proof of concept. It's a proof of concept. We're getting there. Hey there, 1990s. I don't know how to pronounce the first part. Terrence, huh? Well, I probably won't remember that given the disparity. But I'll try. Okay. So we'll need these in a spawner template. Actually, we'll need all of them. Move you up with the mob. Okay, so this is what to spawn and how frequently in seconds. We could make this a float, but I doubt I'm ever going to use it as a float. Then we have the modifiers for them. One of the fun things of adding count modifier to default mob, like spawning up the blobs or something like that, is I can make it spawn a whole cluster of them. Here we go. Hey there, spectator. So this will account for things like in Vampire Survivors, you have a you'll have things like a swarm of bats that appears and they swing across the screen really quick. This will make it so I can have a spawner come into existence and do that. I do need to set up, I think, a lifespan on them. Hey there, Don't Know. Hey there, Scarlet King. We have another SCP in the channel. And hello, Sarah. Lots of folks swinging through. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good day so far. We are currently puzzling out how to make a template for our spawner object in a way that feels sensical. Okay, so we need these things. I'm sorry. These things. This is what we're making here, Scarlet King. We are making a game. We're trying to do something like Vampire Survivors, where we have creatures spawn from the edges, and we have weapons that kind of spray out from the player. We are in the very, very early stages of development. Well, I appreciate that sentiment, Scarlet. Okay. So let's make this here. New script is hello Ember. One of my cats is demanding some attention. For those that are new, I have 5 cats. We can currently see, looks like 3 of them. Mason is off camera, as is Ember. Ember is sitting on my lap demanding scratches. So she shall get them, because Ember's a little sweetheart. That I am, Don't Know. That I am. It works on many levels. I have found, personally, about 5 cats is the limit before it gets harder to pay each of them sufficient attention. I think if all 5 of them were clingier, then it would be less than that. The most cats I've had at a time is 7. And that was helped by the fact that a lot of them were kind of like chill proximity cats. All of my cats have period of chill proximity. Sherbet is that type of cat that is comfortable no matter how he's laying. So he's all contorted. Only time I've heard of that many cats in one place, the 54 cats comment, would be feral cat colonies. In general, it's not a great circumstance for cats to live that way. Domestic cats, their lifespan is like less than a fourth of an indoor cat when they're outside like that. It can be extended by having regular food. But there's also the problem that a feral cat colony decimates animal life in a wide radius around it. Just destroys it. Because it's not only are cats, effectively ambush predators, but cats do like to kill for fun. They will play with something to death. So you will find, like, the uneaten carcasses all around the place. Birds, all kinds of things like that. That's why, in general, letting them roam around outside can be a problem, in addition to the risk of the pet's life as well. And it is unfortunate to lose a pet in general, folks. Condolences to those mentioning it in the chat. Chat be like that sometimes, spectator. Chat be like that sometimes. Okay, so we have a spawner template. It extends resource. We'll do, as we go into this, oh, okay, yeah. Object. No. Okay. It's going pretty well, Thick Tortoise. We've got spawning in patterns in movement working mostly. I'm now working on making a template for the spawner objects so that I can, like, create a fixed version of them. So I could have like a weapon template that I can put in place, generate it, and stick it to the player, and work from there. All right, how did I do this elsewhere? Okay, packed scene is what it used. Movement template. Movement template extends node. Okay, things are becoming trickier. So what we want to be able to have are these modifiers. We want to be able to set those up, but these things need to extend node in order for it to work. So let's go into position modifier and movement templates. Those extend node. Why does it complain then? Those definitely extend node. So what was the problem? Oh, okay. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. So it doesn't like it because these are node derived. But do they need to be? I mean, they're not really nodes. Spawner is a node because we want to attach it to things. A mob body is a node, though. What am I programming for? I'm making a game 360. We're trying to make a Vampire Survivor style game. And we're using Godot engine. What you were seeing previously is GD script, which is the Godot engine specific scripting language. You can use C# for this, but I wanted to try learning a new thing, just like learning how to use Lua script when we did a Noida mod. It can be fun to learn a new tool. For some values of fun. Okay. So mob body is a character body 2D. Those are all node derived. A mob template uses packed scenes. Okay. If it is node derived, it needs to be a packed scene. So in our spawner template, this needs to be a packed scene. Okay. So then what we'll need to do is we'll need to do a type check on these when we are creating a spawner. This is a how did we do that? Project settings, auto loads. Okay. I think we're going to start making some cleaner global objects. So we have global nodes right now, which is pretty broad. We might need to change this. So I don't want to put any more in here. So I'm probably going to make a mob factory object in the global nodes. And that a spawner factory, which its entire purpose is for other code to call that. But I don't want to have to pass it around, you know? Ideally, we could have for unit testing, we could have things like injection, so that I could define which factory to use. But I'm not sure how I would jam that into this whole structure at the moment. Actually, I'm pretty sure how to jam that into the structure at this moment. I found some new music to add to the tracks, by the way. So, the way that this would be, these things would be loaded, is we could still use global nodes. Global nodes could be effectively the system collection. In a normal... If Tass is still here, Tass, do you remember the term for it, where it's the programming model where you sort of have an initialize function where you pass in, where you set up what objects you're going to use in the code for, like, services? Is it a service model? Anyhow, in the game, at the start of the game object, we have this loaded here. So many things open. So in the game script, yeah, the practice is dependency injection. That sounds correct to me. I did not remember it. Okay. In our ready, we are setting these values. So I could have another object that is invoked via, like, templates or something like that. And I could have different templates that I could load for testing purposes. Okay. I will consider that practice a little bit later. For the interim, what I will do is hard code that relationship into global nodes, where the ready function will load those kind of things. We'll see. We'll see. Like, we'll do that in the game ready still. But I am going to define a different global node. Real quickly, I'm going to step away for a quick break, and then we will resume. If you haven't already and you like what you're seeing, remember to like, subscribe, follow, whatever it is on the platform you're looking at. All of those things are good for the algorithm, good for the channel, so press those buttons. In the interim, quick break, be right back. All right, getting settled back in, folks. Just a moment. Okay, we are back. Okay, so we want another global object. Spawner factory accurate because I... Yeah. So spawner factory won't really have any member variables. It will, well, any exposed members. It is a functional global. It do things. Hey there, Tommy. We're doing a coding stream. We're making a game. It is currently not in a I just broke it stage. We're making a game that's kind of like Vampire Survivors. It'll probably do... well, we'll get to that when we get to it. Thank you, Tommy. But yeah, generally a coding stream. Well, Squishmallows seem to be a pretty optimal cat bed. Got a very interesting texture, you know? Function, we'll just call it get spawner. Pass in here. Go into our spawner template. Okay, and spawner factory takes a spawner template. Welcome back, Scarlet. And hey there, Eternity. So we take a spawner template. Oh, we need a template is a spawner template. Our spawner. Say spawner. Okay. Spawn is equal to template. On to spawn. Spawner. Interval. 8. go into that. I'm going to nab all these real quick. Not going to use them directly, but I'm going to put them there so I can remember them. Toggle come. There we go. Okay. Okay, this is... So passing an array... Very bright. Okay, arrays are by reference. Okay, so or I in out. No, dot size. Count modifiers and by what eternity? Hey there, Snow. There are indeed kitty cats. The two that you can see there, top to bottom, are Sherbet and then Sammy. Yeah. In general, don't spam. And your assertion right there that it is of the fact that it could be considered a slur in context, and having looked it up, probably not a good idea. The mods are watching. I could just do append array. And then we pass in an array. There we go. Array. Position modifiers. In general, if a particular behavior would look like a particular behavior to anybody that doesn't know or has not had something carefully explained to them as an excuse for that behavior, then that behavior is indistinguishable from the other. As in, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it moves like a duck, then it's probably a duck. More likes is good. Play dot. Okay. So we set all those elements of the spawner, and then we return the spawner. So then when we need a spawner, we can add the spawner. Such. So then in this particular spawner, in the instantiation of the scene, in the game scene, in the player bullet spawner, we have set the count modifiers and position modifiers. Yep, it can fall off. It can fall off if new stuff isn't available. People periodically go in and clean up their listings. Okay, so then if we go into our, we're going to make a weapon spawner. It will be a spawner template. I don't do any VR content. What kind of content do you do? And we're gonna talk obliquely, because I think that's the term. Because we generally don't promote other channels here. But a way to put it would be, if there's particular content that your viewers expect, then there's always doing more of that content. But you shouldn't be afraid of expanding into new areas. Maybe there's a game that you want to try. Maybe there's an entirely new kind of content. But don't be afraid to try it. There's some folks out there that will say, like, oh, it'll kill your channel if you release something that isn't catering to your existing audience. But your existing audience won't really watch something that they don't like. Well, thanks, cats. I guess that is I guess that lines up with your profile handle. But the ones that are visible, those two are Sherbet and Sammy, top to bottom. So the tan one and then the tuxedo. And hey there, Iniji, we're doing good. Making progress. We can see 4 of them, and unless he has moved, the 5th one, Mason, is kind of up and right from the camera where Sherbet and Sammy are. Technically up and left, but that camera is reversed because of how it's positioned. Hey there, Abrupt. I mean, folks will sacrifice sleep for some things that they're really looking forward to, really into. Well, Roman, hello, Roman, and I guess hello, Rosa. For those just joining us, we are doing some game development. We're trying to make a Vampire Survivor style game, and right now I am setting up the basis for what will be weapon construction. So we're just going to call this something that lines up with what we're making here. So it is going to fire the purple bullet. Do that every 2 seconds. Its count modifier will be, it will add 2. Its position modifier is, where did I put that? Those are with spawner. Spread. Oh, let's see here. That has to be a packed scene. So we're going to add move individual movements. So is just a node. We are going to, attach script. Okay. Like so. So then in our purple spread template, we can say spread here. Should work. The cats are there because cats. I like my cats. And for pretty much the entirety of my streaming past a very early period, I have had the cat cam. Why do I have 5 cats? Because I really like cats, and 5 seems like a solid number for keeping track of them and giving them sufficient attention. The most I've had is 7. And several of them passed away in relatively quick succession. And that was really hard. And I didn't feel like, topping up was the thing to do. Okay, so then we have that. Movement modifiers. Add one, and we're going to say it's random mob. And its speed will be full speed there. Oops. 6. Yeah, you can see some of the prior cats in some of my older streams. Seamless plug, watch the prior streams. My earliest cats were a pair of Maine Coon brothers. Big boys, big boys. And I have accrued kitties over time. There's a lot of cats. Okay. So we have defined that. So then in the game, I'm going to go into the game scene. We're going to remove the player bullet spawner. And in game.ready, well, game ready, going to have not how it will actually work, but first we gotta make it global. Check settings, auto load. Going to add another. It is we should be able to add existing, right? Yeah, that's what I want. Oh, okay. Oh. I want this. Okay, I see what it's doing. Okay. We're gonna go... Okay. We're just gonna do a little song and dance because it's being weird. Put it in globals. Create it. Then we're gonna go into globals. We're gonna open it up. And we'll paste that in. Hey there, Conduct. What's your question? And like kind of a game dev? Yeah, that seems accurate. I am currently developing a game, so technically accurate. Professionally, no. Though sort of reaching professionally, I am technically getting paid. And I am currently developing a game, so I guess technically a game developer. A professional game developer. But this is like formally, as far as something I am setting out to make a game and trying to follow through on it, this is the first time. In the long-term Conduct, I would like to make it public. Would like to make it available. There will be a period of testing, and assuming we get that far, and then we get through the testing period and the corrections and the adjustments and all of that, then we'll start to figure out how would we potentially make it available in a wider sense. How would it be published? How would it be obtained? That kind of thing. That is in the future. Okay. Game equal to spawner factory. What did I call it? Get spawner. And then it needs a template. Which I don't want to do this, but we're doing this. Load one of these. But I did. There we go. Let me do player dot what would be up there? I would try to find them. But if they were all out of the camera, I would just leave it on something like the cat tree. Hey there, Keats. It's not an ideal circumstance, but that's why there's 8 cameras. It's hard for them to all dodge it at the same time unless I do something like put down a whole new tray of food. Force readable name. Oh. We're doing good, Keats, and welcome back, Scarlet King. And cats, it's... I feel like as a cat owner, it is a foregone conclusion that they rule the house. What? Spawner is a spawner. Spawners have public attributes. Okay, let's... Okay, so part of the issue here is we need to be able to stick the spawner to an entity. And a target. So it'd be possible for me to attach... Okay, it won't be part of the template. Because we can attach it to anything. So if we go into a spawner, we can did we do this in... movement. What's our movement template or a movement object? I have a get target, and then the target is passed in. Okay, the target is never specified. I mean, studying for SATs or just a major event upcoming can make people anxious, and anxiety can cause a lot of issues for folks of a variety of types. Stress can lead to a lot of physical maladies. Okay, so we would set the target. Okay. Doesn't... Wait. Oh, okay. It just has to be a node. And since all of these things have positions, if they're going to be attached to them, what is... Okay, so we'll have both of these. That is equal to null. So you can set the spawn position, but during the... We're going to say during physics process, if target, if not target equal null. So if there is a target, then we're going to say that the spawn position is equal to and target dot we need to make sure we can definitely get a position of it as interface targetable. So what we're doing here is if it has a target and the target is something that we can get the position of, that's what targetable is for. Pass here a moment. I need to make sure I remember what it is called, because the player object should be targetable. Targetable position. Okay. Those are my cats board. Those are 2 of my 5 cats. The top one is Sherbet, and the lower one is Sammy. And welcome to the broadcast there, board. Okay, so we're going to call targetable position on it. Attached to. So then spawn position is equal to attach to targetable position a new kitten, huh? What's its name and what does it look like? And thank you, Nicholas. The kitties are cute. They are indeed cute. We have some folks that haven't seen it before, and I like to show off the camera array of cats. We can currently see 4 of them. So in the tree, we have Sky. He's a big, fluffy, gray and white cat. Then across from my keyboard, we have Ember. She is the stripy gray and orangish with white socks cat there. On the bed is Sherbet and Sammy. And then Mason is, if he didn't move recently, he is up and right from where Sammy is. I have some cameras that eventually I'll get around to moving. I might move the bed cam to rotate it so that we might be able to spot the third cat that tends to be in that position. Okay, so if we set attached to on a spawner, then it will change the spawn position to whatever that is. Sherbet does like twist around a lot while he's sleeping. He's also a climber. One of my old soundproofing solutions was a bunch of heavy curtains, and he would scale up and down them. So then in game, we add the child. We're going to say bullet spawner attach to. So then we go into the player script. We don't need any of these right now. Does it explode? Okay, the spread shot isn't working right now. But the general principle is. So now so we're setting the position modifiers here, and in the template for a spread, have a spread. In the count modifiers, we have 2. let's go into this function since we only use it once. Okay, so the template has all the stuff that's expected. So we're going to go through and set all these, and we're going to look at spawner. And it has a count modifier array. It has no position modifiers. Okay, something's going wrong there. Spawner position modifiers. In the template, they're packed scenes. And in this, it's an array of position modifiers. The movement templates are working. Why is that not coming through? These are both packed scenes, but they are movement modifiers. And if I go into this, it should extend position modifier. No. So this isn't functioning. Sorry for the silence here. What I'm trying to do is figure out why this isn't working, and it looks like the append array for these is not functioning. Okay, so we need to find a place that we've done this elsewhere. So in the spawner logic, we have a mob template that we're getting in position modifiers and movement templates. So in the spawner, we are setting this specifically. These are not, it is not an array of position modifiers we're getting. It's an array of packed scenes. Hey there, Connell. Would a crab be a carbohydrate? It's more of a protein, wouldn't you think? I would assume the shell would be kind of... Is chitin a fiber? That could be a carb. Usually don't eat the shell, but, you know. That's what we're speculating on, Nicholas. I mean, I realize that it's just a letter transposition that might be intentional or a typo. But it's fun to think on some things. Okay, so hypothetically, let's change this to a packed scene. And this to a packed scene. Does it explode? Okay, it does explode. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we do this? mod body has movement templates. And in a spawner, we go through and instantiate it. Welcome, I presume, welcome back, blank. Okay, so in spawner, we're going to reset these to what they were, and in the spawner factory, instead of append array for these two, we need to convert them. Here we are making a game in Godot engine. Blank, do you mean in the sense of the game tag, or do you mean in the sense of, like, graffiti or stickers or the like? We have a little glitch in it right now, which I'm setting out to address here. Template. Position modifiers. Size. Append. I got instantiate as position modifier. I mean, that is true, but the technique is defeated by shoes. In template dot movement modifiers. This is a casual stream, so feel free to chat or ask questions. It may take me a moment to notice around coding, but I can always pause and talk. Do chat. I'm going to be talking anyway. There will be a lot of "why is this not working" style muttering. Template modifiers. I don't instantiate. Fingers are off kilter now and again. Movement. Isn't it a movement modifier? It's a movement template. So we had to do that because we're converting from a packed scene into the actual object, and a packed scene isn't the object until you expand it. Let's see here. Favorite color is purple, and I learned to code in school mostly, but it's largely a matter of practice. I did some of it outside, you know, basic, actually in basic, just messing around kind of thing. Video games have always made me think I want to do them myself. Does it explode? No, it's working. Okay. So now we have a code pattern for generating a spawner, attaching it to a particular object such that it tracks that object and that has that it emits a particular projectile which we can predefine to have movement patterns, and that those movement patterns and position patterns can be defined or edited on the fly. Okay. That is the basis for a weapon in this game. My initial learning on coding was using BASIC and DOS, which technically gives you an impression of the age that my memory includes. I had done some Visual Basic in high school and C and then Java in college. I would say, from a practical perspective, that classes are unnecessary. At most, you would need like tutorial videos to potentially kind of spur you in the right direction. You know, try out these things and then maybe get a hold of some tutorial samples to work with stuff. Learning a programming language is just a matter of learning the patterns of code. It isn't memorizing like particular functions or something like that. You learn the how, not the exact what. I mean, I find it's more difficult to learn an IDE than actual coding. Because all of them have their own little nuances and user interface. Okay, so we have the spawner. We have all that. What else now? We could make more objects and more patterns. Technically track player. Let's try to experiment a bit with this. If I had to suggest to folks what to start, in my experience, things like C# are easy to learn. Like, they are things that I have learned and have run with. C# was interesting to learn. I don't like Java. I don't know exactly what it is, but the whole construction of packages and whatnot, just, there's something about it that rubs me the wrong way. I'm not sure. The kind of language I'm using here has elements that I don't like, but there are practices that you can use that mitigate that entirely. Like, this language intrinsically is not strongly typed. In a coding sense, that means I don't have to say what template is. It could be an integer, it could be a true false, it could be a group of things like an array of things. But there is a way for me to say, it is exactly this. And this is good because you can make the code crash or fail if it isn't the right thing. And you want that, because if it's not the right thing, it won't work. Or at least it won't work right. The simplest example I can think of is if you stuff a float into an integer value. If you take a float and you expect it to be an integer, then you could have like remainders. You know, you want 3 divided by 2 in the case of an integer to be 1, or I guess 2 if you round up, but 1. but if it's a float, it'll be 1.5. You spell it C#. I've tried things like Lua script, not fond of it. JavaScript and CSS are okay. Those are really they're kind of like I was mentioning, they're really kind of fast and loose with their rules. So it's easy to get stuff wrong. I would definitely suggest against new programmers trying to dive in something like C or C++. That is what Unreal Engine uses. And some folks are encouraged because Unreal Engine is a big, powerful game engine. But C and C++ are very unforgiving languages. That said, there is some merit in the practices and the caution that you will learn trying to do something like C or C++. Generally C++. Because if you do it wrong, you're going to get stuff like, segment fault and similar stuff where, errors where you're touching memory you're not supposed to, or a pointer has been changed so that it is now pointing at something it's not supposed to. All kinds of issues that you don't see in a lot of other languages because they're like at least a level up from that as far as where they operate. But yeah, Godot engine can use its GD script. It can use C#. There are a couple of other game engines that have like proprietary engines and scripts as well, or might use like RPG Maker can use Python, I think. Or maybe it was Ruby. It was one of the scripting languages it could use. But I believe a good bit of advice that I heard was first decide what kind of game you want to make, and then look at the engines available so that you can learn which one has the tools and ease of use for the game that I want to make. And then once you've decided that, then consider the languages that engine uses and roll with it, because you will definitely be able to learn the language, given time and effort. Got distracted. What was I doing? Okay. Let's change this spawner as well. So we're going to create... add a new resource that is a spawner template. It's going to be a single blob spawner. Previously, a lot of the coding that I've done for games has been as much exploration of the tools that are available as it is setting out to make an actual game. We did have a stream prior to this where I was poking around at Godot engine just to try it out, see what it was like. What could we do in a very simple fashion? And then we began this series. Godot engine is lightweight enough and targeted at generally targeted at simpler kind of your classic indie titles. So what I'm doing seems suited towards it. And I was already familiar with C#, but I don't intend to use that here primarily. I may make some libraries and have it make use of them, but I don't intend to make it the primary language. So that I can learn GD script, but additionally so that I can get the baseline of the game in place and then decide if I want to go in and change particular elements of it to use C# libraries. Well, I appreciate it, Nicholas. I do have a lot of streams and videos, which you should totally watch. Seamless plug. Okay, so the mob to spawn in this one is a blob. It will spawn every 2 seconds. And for testing purposes, we're going to spawn 3 at once. It will have no position modifiers, and its movement modifier is to track the player. And it will move at a full space per second. Oh, no, wait. 0, add element, 96. So then in so I have spawner up here, which is an exported variable. It doesn't need to be, but in ready, I'm defining the spawner, and this needs to be, I don't like that. I'm going to need to figure out methods for getting that loaded, because this is folder structure dependent. If I change where these files are, this line breaks. So I'm going to have to come up with a way to specify all of that stuff. What that may end up being is creating an intermediary class that is essentially like a big dictionary. And in that dictionary class, I export an array of things like, give me all of these templates kind of stuff. And say things like, give it a enumerated index and then a corresponding template file. But for now, we're just going to kind of hack it in. So spawner. What are we doing? Where are we doing this in code? Where are we touching this thing? Oh no, okay. We're prefabricating the entirety of this spawner. So we're gonna delete you. Spawner is equal to spawner factory. Spawner. And we're going to load. And we're going to say single blob spawner. It is not a single blob spawner. It currently spawns like 3 or so of them. Now we should see groups of blobs coming in, but it could also be broken. Okay, is broken. Oh, that's right. I need to put it in the world. Self won't work. Self.child. Will this function the way I want it to? All right, it's targeting something. Oh. Well, it's spawning things. Let's test this again. Okay, so the bullet spawner breaks down when it doesn't have a target. I still need to look into this. But as soon as it thinks it has a target, it should lock on. So we need this add child. What that will do is that the game object itself will attach one here. So there's something about the blob spawner template that is not adding it correctly. Oh. Should have a movement logic in here somewhere. Okay, it attaches movement. Then in movement, it's technically a position modifier, but so many. Here we go. So movement modifiers, we have a movement object, and it should each one of them should be updating the vector involved here. So when we call movement template.move, it is setting up the change in movement. So if it's track player, the blob should have track player, and it should be moving at 96. Hey there, is it like Kano? Either way, welcome. All right, thanks for joining us, Nicholas. Hey there, Kimoy. Welcome. We are currently trying to figure out why this particular movement pattern is causing the enemies to rocket across the screen. We are making a game, so I can show you it in its currently not functional form. Oh, there goes the slime, just zooming to the left. So if you watch, all the trackers are oop, there he goes. He briefly locked on. Oh. So what's happening here? Let's go into that spawner. Where's our spawner template for it? And congratulations on reaching that particular lifting target. Spawners, and we have a mob spawner. We have a single blob spawner. We're going to set it down to... I'm just going to delete that. Okay, so we have a flaw if we try to spawn multiple mobs. So we're going to have to figure out a way to do that. So what was happening is that they were rapidly colliding with each other. And that collision was causing them to just both slide to the left repeatedly. That's definitely going to be a thing. Because based on how fast a spawn interval happens, it could be spawning multiple of them at a time. So we got to work on that. Okay, so how can we fix this? So this is where they'll come into existence. So we have a basic collision logic that all mobs will have. Right there in mob body, so they have collision happened. That's right, Kimoy. My vtuber. Yes, I am a vtuber. And I am newtmechanist. I am the proto-Nyanite. The original template for the Nyanite project line of the Catbot Corporation factory, which I totally safely and legitimately operate in an entirely consensual fashion. The corporation is 100% okay with what I am doing. Hello there, Izzy. Welcome. We're doing some game development today. Okay, so we need a... movement pattern. Such that it deals with the collisions. At least we need some collision handling logic. Because if we try to spawn multiple mobs at once and they would overlap, that creates a problem. Hey there, Jose. Welcome, welcome. Go water here. Let's go over the kitty cats, shall we? So the two on the bed, who are almost mimicking each other's position right now. The upper one is Sherbet, and the lower one is Sammy. Up in the cat tree, we have Sky. He is big and fluffy compared to the others. And then across from my keyboard is the kind of gray and tan orange with white socks Ember. We can't see Mason, but he might be on the same bed that Sherbet and Sammy are on, just off camera. I always try to keep a cat on camera if I can. And if there are multiple available on one camera, I tend to focus the camera with the most cats. So what we're stuck on right now is that when a spawner creates an object, it's creating it right at the spawn position. But if that spawn position is occupied to something that would collide with the new entity, then we're getting weird behavior. We're getting movement that is being very heavily impacted. Aha. Hey there, wait. Welcome, welcome. We're trying to suss out a solution to our spawning logic problem here. Where do we set its position? So this is where we set their position. The VTuber model that I use was made by Animation Studios. I don't have the artist and riggers' names off the top of my head. Apparently, the studio doesn't lean into that too heavily, but one of them was Inkjet, and the other one, I think the rigger was Inkjet. Let me look that up. I want to give them the credit they deserve. I do have that saved somewhere. Check the repos. This avatar file. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So the animator was Inkjet, and the illustrator was Dandy. Again, it was through Animation Creative Studio. They did really good work. I was very, I was very explicit in what I wanted made, and they went above and beyond in that regard. Let's see here. We don't want to do a full initial movement. So that's why the delta. But if there's a collision during this movement, then we have a problem. Because if it's during the initial collision, or I'm sorry, during that very initial spawn and movement, then we've got a situation where the objects are on top of each other and colliding with each other. So we need a form of collision that causes them to spread apart from each other. So and I think I'm going to have to just manually stick that in every creature. We've been working on this project for a few weeks already. This is the 11th stream that we've been working on it, and we've been working on it at least once to twice or more each week. I don't really do a lot off stream with the project. It's like, hey, let's do this. Let's all do this together kind of thing. Okay, so what if the blob if collision happened? So let's see here. So this is really going to be something that we need to be cautious about here. Okay, what we're going to do temporarily vision dot So what we want to see is if the collision has data on how much they're overlapped. Like, can we shove the two apart? Because I want them to bounce away from each other. Is that the shape is arbitrary. So what if we get angle? We're going to look up that symbol here real quick. Okay, so this is angle off of up. So it's rotated around. So we could take that vector and then rotate it that same angle, and we would get the actual vector of collision. I don't know if that'll actually function, but we'll see. Okay. Let's... direction, which is going to be a vector 2, then this direction is equal to 2 dot up, rotate, collision, get angle. Okay, we are creating a vector 2 that is the equivalent of normalized So we are creating a one length vector of that is in the direction of the collision. I don't know if it's going to push it into the collision further or away from it. Okay, so this is what we need to be able to do during movement, is that we need a different function for this. Because we can't have we can't have this within an individual collision event. It is potentially recursive. So if we look in movement, so we do a body.move and collide with the the velocity of the body. And then we'll emit a collision if it happened. But we also want some logic that says we want it to bounce away from that collision. I think some sort of universal knockback could be accounted for here. But we're also dealing with overlapping collisions. Like, it is fully collided with it. So how are we going to do this? Okay, so we can set it up so something like has a knockback value as to how far it should be pushed when that happens. Didn't need to have YouTube open there. A second. All right, all right. Area 2D body entered. Okay, so there's the potential for a body entered here. We had a area 2D. That's a shape 2D that it has. That's what controls its collisions. So let's look at our scene for the blob's body. It has a collision shape 2D. I am not, Xeno. I haven't really tried it yet. Right now, the only pathfinding I'm working on is very simplistic. There's not going to be any sort of, or I'm not initially planning any sort of, navigate around obstacles kind of pathfinding. Just the collision mask. It's just a collision mask. So the problem we're having, just iterating on this, is when multiple entities are spawned that collide with each other on top of each other, it messes with the physics something fierce. Normally, they sort of like stop on top of each other, but it seems like there's something going wrong if there is a full collision. Like a perfect overlap collision. And each time they're going to move, it's going to keep happening. And we can't afford to move without collisions, because if we move without collisions, we could spawn them into a wall or something like that. We're going to have the same issue. So we need logic to bounce them out. So I think that needs to be in the spawner. But we could also do that in movement. Because that's what we're calling, is that we're calling the spawner. The spawner is calling move for that initial movement. And I think that's an opportunity for us to bounce the target out. So if it's colliding, we don't want it. Yeah, but how do we do passing through? Okay, let's do a hypothetical here. The simple. Detailed dimension about the collisions occurred. Get slide collisions. Slide collision is kinematic. Okay, we're going to do get last slide collision. It's below here. If turns true if it collided. Okay. Collision is equal to body to move done. Get last slide collision. All right, this might go terribly wrong. Casemate, strangely. So everything's moving super slow now. Okay, they still function when they collide, but I don't know why they're moving so slowly. Like, super slowly. It's still colliding how it's supposed to, though. That's good. Like, if we watch... When a blob touches the projectiles, it'll go away. Yeah, like so. So that part's working. But moving from move and collide to get last slide collision to move and slide, we have become extra slow. Motion the body, you can use this to make moving and rotating. Behavior and available properties change according to motion mode. Motion mode is floating, grounded. Change anything. Well, 2D games still have the same sort of frame rate physics issue. Godot engine has two different ticks going on. You have the process which happens at each frame, and then you have physics process which tries to happen at a fixed rate. One second, folks. We're going to take a break. Be right back. If you like what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider liking, subscribing, following, whichever it is that the platform you're watching through supports. All of them are good. All of them help the platform serve up content you might like. You might see more of my streams. But I will be right back. All right, getting settled back in. Just a moment. Just adjust chair. Okay. So let's go into movement here. Break on that. Get body to move. Doing just fine, Kebo. We're making progress. We are trying to mitigate collision issues in the game here. Is it ungrounded movement? Let's take a look at some of this. Uh-huh. And body to move. Why is this not? If we make it floating. Nope. Okay, so this should be off, but most painful online tutorials to find are the ones where somebody has that sort of they essentially have the conference room screen share software that does things like highlight the mouse in a yellow ball kind of thing, and then they very laboriously tell you where to find the toolbar so that you can click it and perform an operation that could have been summarized in the title of the video, let alone in the first few minutes. Shouldn't be a floor layer. Blob should be looking at collision with walls, players, other enemies, and objects, so it should bounce into everything. Pretty much. There are a lot of news videos that go in that same vein, Casemate. The first couple minutes is introduction, and then the next couple minutes is the entire point of the video. And then the remainder is a whole bunch of fluff at best. Often there's a whole bunch of fluff and longer in that intro period in order to get to the content that you click the video to see. So if we go back to this previously. Okay, all the character body 2D stuff doesn't seem accurate at this point. Yeah, nothing is set. So that's not really our problem. There's something about move and slide and move and collide, which, I mean, fundamentally they're different. But the way they handle the vector seems different. Okay. This is a projectile. Yeah. We can see the visuals going at the same time, and we can even see the whole properties of a particular object. Hey there, Blue. Got 2 there. We got Ember across the desk. Got Sky on my lap. We are still coding our Vampire Survivors thing, yeah. We're trying to figure out why it broke. Here we go. Okay, blob creature. To remove any of the remainder of these platform layers, but nothing has these layers, so that shouldn't be the problem. Grounded isn't what we want. Does it hide velocity in this? Well, if I recall, one of the executives of the Unity game engine at one point said, if you aren't including monetization in the game, you're doing it wrong, or something to that effect. That did not endear him to the community that uses Unity. Wish there was a watch where I could put execution checks in. Hello there, potato. There are indeed kitties. many kitty. And we are seeing increasing backlash to the microtransaction model, which is getting there. There is still there are still huge markets for it, though. I mean, gacha games are everywhere. Still noodling on this. Mason is still making himself scarce on camera. Why is it only moving a little? Fractions of a second, that's not too surprising. But I can't see the velocity of the body. Yep, we've got our numerous cameras aimed at all the kitties. Well, to try to keep the kitties on camera. I mean, it's ultimately deciding, casemate, which, if there's a game you want to spend that kind of money on, and if so, how much money you're willing to spend. The two that are visible, Potato, are Sherbet and Sammy, top to bottom. The other one that was visible was Ember. Sky and Mason weren't on camera. Sammy, not Sandy. And Sky has no E. I don't know why the fluffball was named Sky, but he was, and I just kept it. Ember is the only one I changed their shelter name from, because Ember was named by a group of Minecraft-obsessed volunteer children at the shelter, and her original name was going to be Glowstone, and I wasn't having it. And she was pretty young at the time, so. But she is one of my cats that I believe she knows her name. And that you can call out her name and she will come trotting in, as opposed to you saying anything else in particular. She doesn't just react to your voice. Yeah, there was a litter of orange cats, fluffy orange cats, that had names like Fireball and I can't remember what the fire rod nether spirits in Minecraft are called. Those kind of things, lava and such. It was just no. All right. Let's see here. Move and Slide has a delta already built in. So I'm fractioning the speed very heavily by doing this. Okay, for a quick hacky check, you're going to do body to move, velocity divided by delta. Let's exit out of that. We're going to do a save and we're going to refresh. Nope. Yeah, stuff like that. I mean, with them, it wasn't terrible because, you know, you have a lot of fire names with like orange cats. But there was definitely the Minecraft references with a lot of them, so it's one of those, yeah. Okay, what if instead of doing this, we use 1 on that? Okay, this isn't ideal for the spawn, but okay. Next part of the experiment. I'm going to have to correct that. I don't like having a vestigial variable at all. Now we're going to go into the blob spawner template, and we're going to up the number of blobs that are spawned by 2. Oh, no, that's still breaking. You see that blob rocket across the screen there? Okay, so that didn't really change anything. That's unfortunate. Read as total dead end. Oh, dear, dear, dear. So for those that joined a little after, and don't worry about it if you folks have to go or something like that, do not worry about it. I'm glad that you joined us at all. What we're trying to solve here is that when we try to spawn multiple creatures, if they end up on top of each other, it completely wrecks their physics. They don't move properly anymore. They just kind of go flying off the screen. That's not... No. That's what we actually wanted. Oh, man. Here we go. Okay, we can check a collision between the two of them, but that still is a collider object. Hey there, Ethan. We're probably going to run a little later tonight. We'll see. We're looking through the physics documentation, or the little intro physics documentation here. Alls. Apparently you can bounce the velocity there. We need the objects to get out of each other. Hey there, M7, and that is a cat cam. That is a viewpoint of a single one of the cat cams, where we keep track of our various kitties. 4 are accounted for. The 5th is not visible on any of the camera or in line of sight right now. We're currently looking at the camera with 2 of them on it. Those 2 are Sherbet and Sammy. So we need that initial movement to be handled properly for the spawn. So again, in movement, We want it to stop at the point of impact, but we don't want to have to query too long. Like, we don't want to iteratively say, nudge it, nudge it, nudge it. I mean, it seems like it's obligatory given the logo of the language and what have you. Let's see. Sorry for the super bright screen. This image is pulled right from Godot's site. Okay, so we're still sliding. If we look at blob, PSS, do you mean like a recent Steam sale? I didn't really pick up anything significant. There wasn't anything that I'm really looking for right now. Everything's kind of accounted for, you know? Say 0. Ah, okay. But you never know. You might desperately need Microsoft access sometime. 20 minutes to dawn, you think? I think it's something like that. Maybe it stays until dawn. Yeah, it's meant to be like Vampire Survivors. Like we're gonna get a blob rocketing by again. Oh, no. Way too few showing up for that to be the case. Oh, well, no, they're rocketing around. That's still a problem. Okay. So they're perfectly overlapped is the problem. So we can add some random jitter to the spawn, but that still risks a perfect overlap. We would need to move. We would need to adjust the position after each move, so that the move would bump them out each time. But then again, this is still a problem already. Welcome back to consciousness, Blank. If I reach the point where I have become confident enough in game development that I can move more swiftly, then a game jam would be potentially interesting. But I figure finish one of the type that I want to do and then move on from there. You know, take it one step at a time. Whether that means ascending them or falling down them. Just a moment here. Oh. Hey there, Kiwi. Let's do 6. So it should move a little is the thing, so it should bounce off. Well, it did a little bit better. It did a little bit better. You could see that they arced a bit. Okay, let's set the blob's margin way down. Okay, there's still... It's odd. Why can't you see it there? Oh, that's why. You're in OBS. I'm not seeing as many frames. M7, it's not bad to be flexible in what you're doing if you're going through training to learn something. Um, Learning a more general skill that can be applied to different things uh, gives you that flexibility. So even if game development doesn't end up being something that you ultimately want to do, if it doesn't stick, you'll still have all of those basic skills, and you can use those other directions, those other venues for income to prop up your game development and move it potentially from a hobby into a living on its own. Uh, but game development has a wind up time, and the investment might not pay off. It might be that nobody wants to give you the monies for your game. And if that's the case, then having something else that is feeding you money until that works is a good idea. Well, I hope you feel better there, Blank. Oh. That's why. That's why. Right here. Okay. 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 Does it work? Because move and slide should shove them out of each other during this. It's not working. I thought this would work. Because we're forcing the position to adjust again. And in movement, we have move and slide being called. So it should be trying to automatically adjust the collision. Let's move them further. We're moving at about one frame in a 60 frames per second scenario when it initially appears. Nope. As they are still bouncing off of each other. Oh. Move and slide won't work for that. Because if we're doing move and slide, the delta is always whatever the delta ended up being. These are all like warning level ones, Ray. But that's, I mean, your assertion. No, wait. It spaces. No. Hmm. Oh, you are clearly correct. Hmm. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. You had the correct idea. That seems to be describing the scenario, but it's not useful. Hmm. Okay, then. Not a relatively, it's a relatively low level event. That seems to be a slightly different scenario. Make sure we have the exact script there. Vacant spaces null. Good old Google attempts there. Just a thought. Nope. Nope. I mean, in theory, that seems like a good idea, but my thought was that this attaches it to the world, like makes it exist. Doesn't seem to change the circumstance, though. could we do? So this is constantly being generated. Imply that there's an issue at the time of creating it. All right, Blank. That doesn't seem to have changed the scenario. I still want to figure out why those are scrambling when there's no target. Now let's go into our debugger, and we're still getting that. We should be getting almost constant collisions. Yeah. Goal in this kind of game is usually survival for a particular length of time or until an objective is met. So I'm probably going to go with some duration, which will end with an event, alternately a particular event being triggered would end it too. Okay, so we still have the wonky collisions happening. And we are getting some of the multi-blob spawns to happen. We could have it in part another move, but it's still the overlapping collision that seems to be the problem. One, that it comes into existence moving. So let's test that theory a moment. So movement handling is pretty much off right now. Okay, that is part of our problem. It's trying to use this movement when the object is being instantiated is part of the problem, which is terribly unfortunate. What we could do is not actually move. If we didn't actually move, then that should mitigate the spawn issue. So what if in movement, add okay. So if we actually move, we need to pass true in. It is a difficulty of my time slot. If actually move, do this. So then in spawner, we can do this. Will this generate the errors? Same issue. Oh. Let's actually test my logic. I put that there for a reason. Let's use it. Okay, so we're still having the problem of them zooming around, but this gives us an opportunity now to try move and slide again. Okay, that's still not working. We know why it's super slow. I am not British, cats. What gives you that impression? Okay, so move and slide is not the thing. It is still our collision. Cannot convert argument 1 into object. Collision happened. Purple projectile body is not what we're thinking about, but I need to understand what that is. How strange. Int to object. All right, let me catch up a moment. Let's see here. Yep, there are still kitty cats. Imaginary robber. How long am I going to stream for? Well, not until the game's done. I would need to, like, sleep and what have you. Maybe another half hour. I don't want to bash my head in on this too long. Got a little bit that will go yet. Haven't actually decided. So there is the possibility that an individual would be able to keep streaming by having, like, what would it be? Did I change? All right, there was a different error. It is possible to go that long without sleep. It's not healthy. It would also be possible if you do things like have moderators or whatnot monitor the stream. That kind of thing. Where am I from? I am from the US. USA. Was that error again? I have forgotten. Okay. What's the error that we were generating here? Well, now it's gone. What's up with that? So we still need the logic to get them out of each other. See, one of the things about stuff like caffeine is it doesn't actually remove your need to sleep. What it'll do is it'll get in your brain and it will mess with the stuff in your brain that says you're tired. And it sort of disables that to some extent. That's why, for those susceptible to things like caffeine, you get that crash after where suddenly you're really tired again. And there's a point at which it doesn't really work. Again, as far as people staying up that long, it's definitely possible. If we're talking about actually staying awake for 4 days straight, possible but not healthy. It is possible to not sound tired despite being tired. That is something that I would say is an entertainer thing, is being able to mask other elements, like, you don't yawn into the mic or something like that. Stream time is nap time, cats. Stream time is nap time for most of them. Oh, but here we go. We have a alternate double cat view. Again, I have known streamers that are doing like 24-hour-a-day marathons, but how they end up actually doing it is there will be periods in the stream where they step away for a nap, and somebody else is running the stream in an official capacity. Come on, Camera One, you can do it. Camera One is being obstinate. Camera One breaks down a lot. All right, let's see if we can jumpstart it. Oh, there they are. There they are. There we go. That is Sky and Ember piled on top of each other. Sky is the gray one with the white band, and Ember is the one that's kind of gray tan. Ember is a diluted calico. Calico. So she has like big white socks. She has a gray and dark gray striping, and she has tan to orange splotches instead of the white, dark brown, and orange splotches that you normally get with a calico. Okay. Line 44. Emit signal. String name and then passes an argument. So purple bullet. Collision happened, and then a collision entity and it's expected to be a kinematic object 2D. Mason has been dodging the camera for pretty much the whole night. On the camera where you could see Sherbet and Sammy, he has generally been up and right from where Sammy has been sitting, but he could be elsewhere. All right, sorry, catching up here. How much food do you give your cats? Regularly I will give them 2 5.5-ounce cans of wet food in the mornings, and then I give them a high protein, low grain kibble kind of on demand. Sky will make his interest in more kibble known very aggressively. Sherbet also likes it. The others will eat it, but Sherbet also likes it a lot, but he primarily only expresses interest if I get near the bowl. Then he might meow for food. All of them are adopted. The only cats I have ever directly purchased were the Maine Coon brothers, Bob and Tom. Everybody else has been adopted from a shelter. Okay, and its collision happened. Saying it's getting an int here. It's weird. For a while, I used a program called, what was it? Stream Avatars, where chat would be represented by little cats that were like sprites of my cats. Haven't been using that because I have the cat cam. Out of the question to use it again. I would just need to update all the sprites and whatnot. So in movement, it can trigger a collision. It emits a signal. It's passing in that. Last slide, collision. How's it getting an int? It's on this line right here. Well, move and slide isn't helping us. This is unfortunate. I operate the factory cats, but there are other cat bots and Nanotypes present. Mostly catbots. Mason is actually not a mischievous cat. My troublemaker cat is Sky. He is the meme cat that, throws things off of shelves. He actually makes sure you know he's doing it. He will chirp at you, make eye contact, and then he'll throw the thing off the shelf, and then he'll chirp at you again. If he's sitting there next to the thing he's going to throw off the shelf and you refuse to make eye contact, he'll keep trying to make noise for a while to get your attention. Sometimes he will mess with things nearby you when he knows it will immediately get attention. Like he'll bite at a cable, or he will grab my computer mouse. All of those things are ways that he insists on attention. There are some aspects, Cat, where the answers that you will get are indications that I am obfuscating the answer on purpose. That is one of those times. How is this an object? This implies that this thing is an integer. Yeah, Sky is the reason that all of my like power cables and whatnot have the braided nylon level coating on them. He can still damage them and has, but it takes him a lot longer, and he has kind of moved on from a lot of that as a result. But there's still a lot of anti-cat cable protection going on. Ah, the Genshin Impact meme. What's that, Cats? In regards to questions of location or my person or whatnot, you are very likely to get lore-based answers. It is generally part of the reason for the VTube. I feel like we have hit an obstruction here, folks. Something about this logic breaks down, so we're gonna revert back to this. We need to make sure that we go into our, make sure that we correct that. Yep. So go in here and we're going to sit and watch our errors and make sure that doesn't keep happening. That is true. That is technically a possibility. Okay, so move and slide was having problems. Something about this logic and then calling into emit signal was having problems. So let's do one more test with that. And collision is object. Pause. Set to 1. Unpause. And delta is never used. The kitty cats get lots of pets and lots of food. They are content. Okay. We need to come up with a basic logic to bounce something off of the colliding body. What games am I into? For streaming, I like to do a lot of narrative games. So things like your Ace Attorneys, that kind of thing. I've tried visual novels. They are really hit and miss for their mechanics and real, at least for me, enjoyability. I like them a little more interactive, and most of them have an interaction level that ends with save the game before every choice so that you can reload it and choose something different to see a different part of the plot. Which you do that a lot in Ace Attorney, but at least it's saving before a game mechanic kind of thing, as opposed to trying to guess where the plot hooks are. I do not play Valorant or GTA Online. I'm not big into things like hero shooters. Same with RTS that are of the same model. I have played MOBAs before, but GTA Online I have played before. I do not any longer. This is off of stream, I should say. I've played some roguelikes on stream. They can be fun and relaxing. So like Vampire Survivors, I have played on stream. It's not something I do all the time because the game doesn't vary a lot. I like some JRPGs and some action RPGs. I'm really looking forward to Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't know if that one will be streamed. The way that I play a lot of JRPGs and similar is I like to just wander and level up. And some folks find that boring. Like Numbers go up. I like it. Look up simple. Generally, I start streaming at 4 p.m. And before that, I try to get any sort of other content stuff done. My sleep schedule in Similar has completely derailed that, but I am hoping to get back into making the short form videos to go with stuff soon. Failing more of that, I am hoping to add some morning streams, probably of this. Hopefully, when I'm not hopelessly stuck. But yeah, I want to add more stream time, but I also want to make sure that I get at least a video a day out. Okay, we can give it a from and a vector to test if it will have a collision. Okay, let's look that up. No, that's a you're doing it wrong Reddit answer. Okay, I can use move and collide to be test moves built in. There will never be a reveal if I can help it. Most you might see is a stream where I paint something or similar. You might see some hands. That's part of it, Casemate. There's also the fact that I hate being on camera. Makes me very uncomfortable. Despite the fact that I'm facing a camera right now, that doesn't count. Yes, I don't want to be visible on camera. Yep. Okay, I'm still going to call the movement logic, and it will still set my vector. So I can just do a test move initially. So let's at least get that in there. Okay, so if I say actually move is false, I'm still going to do... Yeah, we're going to do move and collide. We're going to change this to test move. And we're going to pass that in to here. Let's see. And then we have to go into spawner. We're going to make that a test move. Now we're still going to get the things not spawning correctly, but we do now have some logic for that. Now we need... Nope. All right, we're not even going to call that then. The proto-nanotype line was created about 2 to 3 years ago. The engram that I obtained non-violently and with definitely with consent of the donor was older than that. We only emit a collision if it's not a test move. Okay, zooming by. Now we need an idea that if there's a collision that we push it out of the other object. But if they're overlapping perfectly, I think we could use some random jitter in that case. But that still leads us into problems because we could get cascading collision like that. Because the object also needs to care if it's a hard collision. Because we want things to be able to pass through. Like, we're ultimately going to want projectiles that don't actually... Yeah, kind of a droid. It's much more of a droid than a robot, but, you know. The copied brain is why I can't do the full body repairs that would be necessary to remove, you know, the holes in broken glass. Yep. I mean, it's generally okay. But again, asking about the IRL, the IRL streamer is probably going to get rebuffed to some extent. I have cats. That's pretty much the thing. Hey there, Sasa. Welcome to the broadcast. We are at a horrible roadblock in our coding right now. We're trying to figure out how to mitigate collision problems where objects are overlapping, let's say. But we're trying to make a game, and we have a problem. Not during test movement. And we need... So there's two things we need. We need the idea of... if it would actually stop on the collision. Get a kinematic collision. Welcome back, Okaneki. Depth. Oh. Normal. Okay, what if... This isn't ideal, because we can't have a projectile pass through with this logic yet. But if we get... Is it... Find body shape normal at the point of collision. I don't know what that means. But I think we can infer. So if we reverse our direction, depth, Okaneki, when I was playing Genshin, and I stopped playing Genshin because the FOMO hooks and the like were starting to set, and I didn't want to. I wasn't interested in doing that for that game. But the furthest I got was in the area where Raiden Shogun would become relevant. Okay, so if in the collision, we need a way to negate the collision. For that ultimately, but let's just do this in movement for now. If there is a collision, then first we are going to keep test moving until we get no collision. Another test collision here. It's a kinematic body 2D. And how would we do that? I mentioned Okaneki that I had only played Genshin up to the point where Raiden Shogun would have become relevant to the plotline. I stopped playing before I ever got to see that. No, those are the actual ears. Cats. See? I can wiggle them. I do. Just a second. I do have a tail. It doubles as a high voltage charging cable. They are They are the biggest stompy boots. Good for traction and balance. Not great for floors. Just have to walk delicately. Okay, what does test collision do? Or test move? It returns true or false. Hypothetically, the boots are chunky enough that they could inflict harm. So you shouldn't you shouldn't put your head near the boots, to cause an accidental collision. Hey there, Ezra. Welcome, welcome. We are trying to figure out how to fix our collision logic here. So if we start at our existing point, we can supply a vector, and we can also pass in a collision object to check and see they are extra cozy. But the camera has jammed, so let's switch it up here. Camera 1 being unreliable once again. Oh. Okay. All 5 are accounted for, but you can't see Ember because she's on my lap. We have Sky mostly on camera. We have Sherbet and Sammy on the bed. And then Mason is looking out the window. Switch back over to the bed. There is no lap cam. Move and collide. Any deep penetration from the recovery phase is also reported as a collision. That's a good point. I will need to top up the liquids here. Let's see. This is only a problem when we spawn them. Okay. So we can test move beforehand. Yes. Yes. Okay. 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 I think we got it. I think we got it. So when we spawn it, we can test move. But not this test move. This is not useful to us. So what we need to do is spawner. Now we need to be able to test move. We need to be able to test move. And that's because we need this. We need to be able to do this so that when we call into it, we get the movement change, the vector change, but it doesn't actually move. So here's where we're going to add some logic here. We are going to say test move from spawn position we're going to say vector to.new. Oh. Test transform to be transform dot. Wow. Equal to body transform. But it's not. Body, where do we get that? Oh. It's the opposite. Hey there, Frank. How you doing? We are bludgeoning ourselves with this. Okay, first we're going to set it to that position. Then we're going to get the test transform out of it. That seems reasonable. I will probably wrap up soon then. Okay, so we've got our transform. This is effectively going to be spawn position now. And this will report if there's a collision. So we need our collision first. Kinetic 2D. So pass in test collision. Okay, So now if this returns true, there is a collision. And we need to move it based on the depth of that collision. Its velocity to try to slide it out. And we're going to keep doing that until we have moved it enough. So we're actually going to move it at this point, I think. Like, once we get through with this. Some duplication here, but, you know. Collision dot get slider depth. Okay. We want to move it. Okay, its movement is already sliced down based on this. The delta is already in play. So we can add in the distance each time, the depth each time. Yeah. Body dot velocity is equal to plus equals normalized distance. This. Okay. Now we need to loop this. All right. So we're going to call it here. We have hit a substantial enough roadblock. I may poke this a bit further off stream, but where we're stuck right now is making it so that when something spawns, if it bumps into something else, we're going to need to, if it bumps into something else and it cares, that it will push itself out of the way. We still need to have sufficient logic for things that collide but pass through. And what this may lead to is we may need an entirely new sort of collision logic. So we'll see. We might need to shift over from using the existing collision logic over to like area 2Ds, that kind of thing. We shall see. We shall see. But I want to thank everybody for joining. Yes, that's right, Casemate. If they overlap as much as they are, the physics breaks wildly. Like, they go shooting across the screen. Once they're not overlapping, the physics works fine, but we need to get that slide out of collision thing going. This won't be foolproof. There might be a point at which we say don't spawn them, but we'll see. But yes, again, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. I hope you had a good time. We will be streaming again later this week. I haven't scheduled everything yet, but I will. So yeah, if you liked what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, all those things. They're all good. So please do them. And I will see you next time.